Hey everyone, just audio here. So I'm just skimming through some assets here. Initially I was just looking for railroad, and now I just found this awesome asset with a lot of content, like an extreme amount of content. It's not exactly the style that of my game, but it comes very close, and I do think I'm gonna need a lot of the contents in here eventually, and so I do think that it will be a good buy for $70. It's 50% off right now, and I think it has so much that I might need eventually, as I am literally recreating the world. This pack is just, you know, it has everything basically, right? That's what it's made for, right? To create any environment you want, no matter the biome, no matter the no matter the location, and so I might just get it. The only thing is, okay, so there are some tools here. I might need those as well. I do plan to make my own tools because I need like different versions of them specifically, but of course I can always take one tool and then edit it in Blender or something like that. And this guy's style seems kind of inconsistent as well. Like some of them is really low poly, and others kind of tend to lean more like this, like these ones. They lean more into, you know, like half realistic kind of stuff. So I still haven't seen railroads, but honestly I can't imagine that they're not in here. Before I buy it, I do want to confirm though, so I'm just checking through all of these and hoping that at some point I will. At some point I need to see the railroads. I mean, it would suck if I'd buy this now and like the one thing that I needed is not in it. Okay, package content, let's see. Let's see if railway Poly beach railing. That's not it. Here, railroad. Elevator station. So let's see what this has. If it's in here. Let me see. Elevator station. Oh yeah, there. Okay, let's zoom in. I want to see those specifically. Do they look good? My game is very cartoonish. Low poly cartoonish. But those look kind of decent, right? So there are different kinds I see here. Let me just get that in big. So see that kind, this kind. I mean, maybe he lays them out for me. No, he doesn't. Oh my. They're not exactly what I'm looking for, like the style, right? They're not like cartoonish enough. And I fear that this whole asset will be like that. Where I say, yeah, that would be cool, but compared to my game, it's just not the same look, you know? I hope that's not the case. So I will wait with buying it. I won't just jump into that. Okay. Yeah, so let's see if there's something else that I can get for now. I will somehow remember this one. Put it in my bookmarks. Yeah. And now, let's see if there's some kind of... Okay, so if this one has railroads, it's for free, right? So, and this looks very cartoonish. This is like the minimalist. This is a distinct kind of a low poly style. Oh man, they suck. Now those are two. Like those are. You know what? It's free, so I might just. Also has benches. You know what? I'm gonna add it. Even though it looks kind of cheap, I will add it because sometimes that stuff can work regardless, right? Because you know, when the environment already looks great, sometimes an asset, even though it itself is not the greatest, it might just fit in perfectly, you know? So, it doesn't hurt to try it, I guess. Very cool. I will... Should I import the whole thing? Not sure. Yeah, so here's the game. As you can see, it's like very cartoony. Yeah. So Toon City Pack. Okay. Exit game mode. It's just 20 megabytes, so I think I will, I'll just import the whole thing, as I always do. So there are some scripts in here. Okay. That's cool. They kind of like, add some interactivity. That's cool. Railroads are gonna be very cool, very cool. I do think they will turn out really cool. And you know, like if you live next to a railroad, which in Germany at least many people do. I know in the US this is not like really a thing, but there are railroads everywhere here, and I think it will add, at least for the feeling in Germany, it will add a lot of you know, orientation. That's the point, right? The environment should always remind you of the real world. So anything I add will contribute to that. So let's see where this landed. Once again, I forgot to check the name. Oh no. This always happens to me. So what's the name of these guys? Loading games. Ah, there you go. Okay. So first of all, I'm gonna pull it into my assets folder. Don't want that hanging around in root. Okay. Toon City. Let's see here, roads. Okay, so we got everything we need for a road. Now they have a turned... Oh right, how am I gonna do curves? Maybe I can like bend the mesh. I'm gonna do curves. Technically, I think technically I don't need curves. I'm gonna talk to my lead developer about that. If I have a railroad track asset and a line string path given by list of vector 3. How would I generate the railroad along this path so that each segment connects? Right, so I think if I just smooth the path, I can then actually use simple we have to figure out how that looks in practice, to be honest. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. I am going to do that in a different scene for now, because It always makes sense to use a different scene when you're experimenting with stuff. Okay, so here we go. This is gonna be the railroad builder. Railroad builder. Okay, let's see. Just quickly check. So let's see. Exactly, we have the railroad prefab. And then what do we want to do? Right, so we are going to have a class railroad. And that is going to be a class. It's going to have a public string. Actually, you know what? We're going to make it. It's going to be of the same nature as a path. So it's just going to be a line string, to be honest. Yeah, okay, so we don't even need this. It's going to be a line string. So we're gonna have a public. We're gonna make a line string here. Test railroad. Just make a line string. Okay. ID sure. Right. Type. Yeah, we're gonna do rail. String, and then we're gonna have points. And for now, the points, you know what? Actually, we're gonna have. Transforms points. And so this is gonna be points select position. So that's what we're gonna do. List. So this is gonna be, this can be private, and then we're gonna say the points are get components and children. Exactly. So all the childs of this railroad builder are simply gonna make up the track, right? And what we also want to do is make sure that the y is 0. We'll do that with this neat function that I have. No, it's to vector 3. Okay. So go to array. Components are. Perfect. So we got that set up. Now all we have to do is call generate railroad, right? And then here we go. So let's see. First of all, what we will do so railroad builder, we're gonna reset transform to 0. Now we're gonna give them so this is one of the path knots, let's say. Path point, we're just gonna name it point actually. Yeah. And then the second one's gonna be here. Second one, now we're gonna introduce a curve, and then one right here, and one right here. So now we have that. I'm gonna give them a gizmo. Now why is their gizmo so small? Why don't I see it? Oh, probably because I have that off here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there we have our path. And I believe that seeing this right now, we're already going to... I see that we're probably going to have to create segments. This is actually going to be a really fun exercise. This whole railroad thing. Okay. So, first of all, we're gonna do the most basic thing ever. And do this. And then from there, we are going to generate railroad. From there, we're just gonna, you know, figure it out. Okay, so I forgot to put in the railroad prefab. And honestly, I have no idea how it's gonna work. Like how we're gonna get an actual track working, but okay, so right. So let's see. Okay, so the scale, of course. So first of all, the scale is not necessary. We're gonna take that away and then try again. Okay, so here we go. Is there a bigger gizmo? Maybe we can use that. Yeah. So this one is not looking at that one. This one is looking at that one. That one is looking at this one. And that one is looking at that one. So for some reason the rotation of the first one end minus start. Why is that? And I'm also gonna get the player up. I'm gonna get the player from the other scene. Currently it's just the main camera. I think we'll just take the whole player. So that we can walk around there as well. And I can take a look at the railroads from up close. So we got this guy. Set his transform. And disabled that camera. Start. And now we can walk around and check out the railroad. Yeah. Okay. So this has a collider, right? Okay, so the player has to be a little bit higher. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we can see that the railroad needs to be placed higher. And what I don't understand, okay, so they built it. Yeah, they built it so that it makes sense when you use their trains. Yeah. Not a great railroad, I must say. But yeah. So I guess we can fix that for now by taking the position. And then here we just I guess we just pulled these up a bit. Yeah. That way they should be we shouldn't get no Z fighting here. No, so that was too much. I will actually put these back to 0 and add the offset in code. I think that's a better idea. So the position will be that, and then position.y equals y offset, and I'm gonna make that variable so we can configure that from the editor. Yeah, we'll see what 0.1 looks like for now. .1 looks good, but I think we're gonna have to do half that. So we're gonna do 0.05. Let's see how that looks. I will also take the player and rotate him towards the track so that we instantly see the track being generated. Okay, cool. Now let's see. Okay. That's good for now. So, this guy's rotation is very off. Let's see. So start and position is start plus end. Oh, because he wants to put it in 2. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing here. So first I think we're going to need to a split path into equal length segments. So then okay, I'm gonna ask GPT to do this for me, because like these are kind of like calculator tasks that, you know, I would spend like 2 hours doing just to getting it working right, where ChatGPT already, you know, like kind of has a pretty good perspective. Perspective on the things that have to happen, like the things that I would only stumble upon like half an hour later, you know, and then kind of like fix them. So, you know, okay, now we need a segment length, and this is going to be determined by how long the track is, right? So that will have to probably be the same length. Let's see what it does for now. Okay, cool. It did, however, yeah, it did the scale again, which we don't want. And also we should figure out how long a track segment is. That might need tweaking. Okay, so there are simply too many, right? Too many segments. So if I click on this one, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. So if this starts here, say that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's gonna need exactly 6 meters. So that's what we're gonna say here. The segment length is 6. This should be better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and now we need to observe what's happening here. So there's 3. So I'm gonna throw this into Cloud and ask him to just like come up. Can you come up with a more sophisticated approach to generating railroads? The track pieces are not lining up, so there should be some kind of smoothing, interpolation, and perhaps a better placement approach. So I hope he just scraps it all and comes up with a much better approach. Okay. Let's see what he does. Generate smooth slide points. Spline points, and calculate track segments. What does that do? Okay. Okay, so he did some optimization that I kind of already see being problematic, because he did take variable length segments, which, as you can see here, that might distort and stretch my the track segments, and that wouldn't be good. Okay, so I forgot to. Let's see what he does here. Yeah, okay, so he completely forgot to. Yeah, that mother dude. Oh right. I'm a fool. I am a fool. So yeah, so undo seal this. Okay, now we take this code and add my start method and give him these points back. So I don't need that, don't need that. I guess I don't need that either. Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what this guy came up with, huh? Yo, what did you do with that one? So he's adding some rotation there. I'm not sure why. This could work in a sense that... Okay, so first of all, he doesn't know that my segments are 6 meters long, right? And he's stretching them, as I see here. This could work in the sense that it is a post-apocalyptic world. So as we can see, that we will definitely get something working. Like, even if I don't get a great looking railroad, I will get a broken looking railroad, and that works in a post-apocalyptic world, right? So good on that. So let's see why he rotated them. Segment.rotation. So he does. So let's see. I do think that we can null that, because I don't think we need a. So he doesn't know that we're on a 2D path. That's the issue, actually, to be honest. He doesn't know that it's 2D. So I think. Yeah, so this is better for now. And now also, that's great. However, could you refactor the code to use the segment length that I set in the editor? The smoothing should make sure to. We should also ensure equal length segments, respecting the segment length that I set. This is because my prefabs aren't. Actually, I'm not gonna tell them anything about that. Okay, cool. It's gonna do it. So we'll be able to. Okay, segment length. You gave me that again. And of course, we can take those away. I'm going to put it to 6 because that's how long our segment is. And then I can just take everything once again. And I will null the banking again. I mean, it's cool that he added some banking, but, you know, it's just unnecessary, kind of. There you go. That's exactly, that's actually a very good result for now. I'm wondering if I should just procedurally generate the railroads. Like if I make, one option would be to make the segments as big as one board, and then have the boards kind of align up. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find an asset that does this actually. Because this is actually common stuff, like, I think it's spline generation. Spline mesh. Let's see what this does. Spline mesher. This seems like exactly what I need. And I mean, like, for 20 bucks, why not, right? So there we go. That's a So this is actually, I will need this for many things actually. Oh my god, I can use this for streets as well. Oh my lord. I think I just found something that's gonna increase the quality of my game very much. I will come right back and turn on the heater. Everyone, I will be right back. I need to visit the toilet. Okay, cool. And I shall be back. Yeah, it did the scale again, which we don't want. Also, we should figure out how long the track segment is. That might need tweaking. Okay. Okay, so there are simply too many, right? Too many segments. If I click on this one, okay, I see what's going on here. So if this starts here, say that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's happening? Okay, I'm back. Okay, so we need to decide between these two spline packages. So I do want to spend some money on a good solution because I am going to be making a number of futures with the spline tool that I pick. So let's see if this has anything. So what I need, yeah, okay, so that's not good either. This looks like the most complete solution. Also has the most yeah, and look, like, okay, I'm buying this one for sure. I mean, it's the most complete solution, and I don't want to limit myself at any point, especially if I'm buying an asset. I will be using it in all my projects, right? If I need it. And so why not get the best of the best? You know, this is just like 15 bucks more than the other one. I don't think I should save that money, considering that it's literally saving my time, and my time might be worth a lot more than that, right? That's how you gotta approach this kind of stuff. Okay. Time to buy. Okay. So, I did notice that the package does have a slight learning curve, and that's good because it does mean that is future rich. And that's what we want, right? So, let's check this out. I don't want basic videos. I need to know. Actually, I need to know the API. Mesh deformation. So okay, great. There you go. Okay. So this is like exactly, this is what I'm going to use for the power poles. Very cool, very cool. Okay. So I'm going to see if he has more.
Automatically arrange any graph.
If he has different. Tutorials. Connections. I think this is going to be interesting. And I do see that he has a lot of videos concerning this asset. So I do think I made a great decision there. So I'm going to watch this, and I think it should give me some information about the it should give us some information about the asset.
Welcome to this new Kirby Splines tutorial. So today's tutorial will be about connections, which are basically a link between multiple splines. So to give you an example here, we can see that we have a first spline and a second one. Both of them have 3 control points, and we connected the middle control point of both splines. So but now if we move one of those control points, the other moves too. So this is just one example of the multiple usages we have.
So actually I don't need this for now. I need more like some, I just need some basic information actually about how to spawn my meshes along
Automatically
the
arrange.
Okay.
Hi everyone, today we are going to take a barbed wire mesh that is straight, and then we are going to take a spline and make a curved barbed wire mesh that follows that spline. So what we are looking at right now is the example scene 29, but we are going to start a scene from scratch and do all the steps one by one. The mesh deformation is going to be done through the Kirby generator, and using the new deform mesh module. This mesh takes an input mesh, spots or locations where to put that mesh, and then a spline, so a path or volume that will be used to deform the mesh. So first thing, we are going to give this Kirby generator a mesh. So I'm using this barbed wire mesh. It's just a straight one. I'm going to set its material and also reduce its scale. the mesh I downloaded is a bit too big. Not a bit, it's 10 times too big. So I attached the mesh. Next I need the spline. I'm going to draw a spline here. Okay. I'm going to drop it here. Use global space. I need to first rasterize the path. Then I need it here. Let's put things like this. Next is the spots input. We are going to use the transform spots module. There are other modules that generate spots. In this one, we use a transform from the scene to define where the spot will be located. So I'm creating an empty game object that I'm going to name location and assign it to this spot and then link the spot. Okay. Let me just reorder the modules. Okay, now it's a bit more organized. Next, now that we have linked all the inputs, now we have to connect the outputs. So we are going to use the create mesh module to transform our virtual mesh, let's say a curvy generator mesh, to a Unity one. And we link the spots too. And now, if everything was configured properly, we should see this. So, as you can see, when I move in my location game object, the mesh is also moving and deformed properly according to the spline. So, we want more than one mesh to fill our spline, so we can use this module to create another spot, that will lead to create another mesh. So let's give it another location game object. So I copied this one, I duplicated it. It, and then I assign it here. Now if I move this one, as you can see, we are now 2. But you can imagine it will be fastidious to create multiple ones and then paste them one by one. What we want to do is to make this automatic. And this can be done through another module that creates spots, which is the volume spots. So we're going to delete this one, we don't need it anymore. And we're going to use this one, I'll go to the screen. So I'm going to connect its output to the deform mesh input. So it needs a rasterized path, we have one here. And it also needs bounds. So we are going to use the bounding blocks of our input mesh. So that way, if you know how to place the spots, let me reorder this again. Alright. So as you can see, now we are using this module to generate 9 spots. And these 9 spots are translated into or lead into the creation of 9 meshes. One last thing, the empty space here at the end of the spline, as you can see, when it becomes big enough to have a mesh in it, a mesh is created automatically. But if you want to fill just this empty space, then you can use the stretch parameter. What it does is that it takes all the existing meshes and stretch all of them accordingly so that the space is filled. And yeah, that was the last point. I hope this tutorial helped. Hi everyone, in this tutorial we are going to use Curvy Splines to make a generated mesh conform on top of another collider, in this case a terrain collider, and later on make an object move on top of that road. So let's start with a solution that is not the right solution for our use case, but that might be helpful in other circumstances. That solution is to select the spline, or should I say select the control points of your spline, and then use the project camera tool, which will project every control point. In this case we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Project every control point of your spline towards the direction that the camera is looking at. And I'm speaking about the scene view camera, not a camera game object in your hierarchy. And then for every control point, if it hits any collider, that control point will be moved to the position of the hit. So to show you an example where not all control points hit, as you can see, those two ones they don't hit. Hi everyone.
Very cool. So this is what I need, the API video.
In this tutorial we are going to use the API of Curvy Splines to create a script that will execute at runtime a bunch of operations. So basically it will create some spline like this, then it will set the interpolation mode for the spline to Bezier, and then for each control point of that spline, set auto handles to false to be able to edit the handles, and then edit the handles of one of those control points. So we start by creating the spline. We do this through the create method. It's a static method of the Curvy Spline class. And this is the main class of the package, which represents every spline. And then we will modify the interpolation and set it to Bezier. And first I have to add the control points. So I will add 3 control points. So I have to give to the add parameter the positions of the control points I want to add. So the first one is at the origin, second one will be at 5, x, and the other one will be at 10. Okay. So let's see now. Let's execute that code, which runs in the start method of our API tutorial instance, which is part. It's a component added to the scene here, as you can see. So let's hit play, and as you can see, I have here a Curvy Spline that has 3 control points, and which interpolation is set to Bezier. Now let's modify the handles. So to modify the handles, we need to access the control points. You do that through the control points list property. It's a read-only list. If you want to add or remove control points from that list, you will have to do that through the methods dedicated to that. For example, the add we used, or the delete method, or the insert after or insert before, which will add a control point at a specific place in your spline. So let's go back to setting Bezier handles. So we are going to go to all the control points, and for each one of them we are going to set auto handles to false. That way we can then set our own handles value. So I am going to modify the handles for the control points. That is the second one, so that is the index 1. And so we have here handle in and out. It's now the both sides of the Bezier handles. So I'm going to set in to this vector, and then I am going to set out the out handle to the negative value of the in handle. So I'm doing this just to mirror the handle on both sides. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's hit play. No, that's not it. I made a mistake. So handle out equal minus handle in. So now it should be working. And that's it. So you can see we have our handles that are set to 5 and minus 5. As you can see here and here. So that's it for this tutorial. There are other API related tutorials in the way. So please consider.
Cool. So that was too basic. Let me see. I type in the API. Ah, cool. He does a lot. Okay, let's see.
Welcome everyone to this new tutorial, API tutorial about curved splines. Coordinates. It stays between 0.
Okay, let's see what he's doing here. Oh, cool. So there's like, oh, that's pretty cool. Fine, but adding rotation, explaining alternative methods, handling local global coordinates, getting nearest other methods.
It's working.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't need any of that. Let's see what the controller does.
Hi everyone. We have a controller. Move objects along it. So next we are going to for the controller, 0 for the start of the spline and the quarter line. So that's it.
So that's also not what I'm looking for.
Well, try tweaking the results now. For example, let's out of the code. Let's see it in action. Put on the pass out of the page.
Well, this could be used for my other game actually.
Then edit the control points and other spline atom. The main track pass here. Then we have freeze. Examine its contents. With cross section. And those are used wire supports. You can see here those little posts next to the track. And finally sleepers. Those concrete things under the rails. If you take a closer look, you can even see that there are 4 randomly placed types of those sleepers. Believe it or not, whole scene is spline based, with exception of the ground plane. Now, being familiar with the output of the generator in the scene, let's take a look at its structure. The generator is situated in this object. Let's open it. Oh, it looks like I forgot to mention another spline shape in the scene with a wire cross section. Here. Anyway, As you can clearly see here, at the top left corner of the graph, we have input modules with all the aforementioned splines plugged in. Railroad path, rail track shape, bridge shape, and wire shape are all here in those 4 modules. Moving on, those 4 input modules feed 3 shape extrusion modules, one for the rail track, one for the bridge, and one for the wire. Take note of some configuration differences here. For example, the bridge extrusion is set to start at a certain position of the spline and continues for 30% of spline length, which is why it ends where it ends and starts where it starts.
Oh, very cool.
Instead of continuing for the whole rail track spline. Notice how path optimization settings are different too. Rails get new vertices inserted whenever 2.5 degree rotation threshold is crossed, while wires reduce the poly count. Only get new vertices every 5 degrees. Cross-section settings, again, are also different. As you can see here, for example, wires have lower cross-section resolution.
So I'd like to see the wires. They must have an offset to the actual spline because, you know, they're set on top, like very high. So where's that Y offset?
Last, date. Following the rail track branch further, we see the familiar module sequence.
Okay, let's see.
It gets turned into a volume mesh, and then into unity mesh in the creation module. Settings the volume mesh module here on right.
Okay, so the bridge.
Interesting. First of all, the volume is split into an array of volume meshes every 100 meters.
So it's probably the transpose mesh block that does that. So yeah, so the first layer of nodes, we're just creating them all the same at the spline, and then he transposes them with that component. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Per mesh poly count. The track is also using 2 materials, one for the ground and one for the metal. Let's take a closer look at it. Here we can see the metal material. Here we can see the ground material. But how can the volume mesh?
It's funny, I might actually replace my roads with this spline tool because if I can get them to connect and everything, I might come up with some really cool looking stuff there.
Which vertices should use which materials? Well, that's where control points come in handy. They are useful for more than just defining a shape of the spline. They can also contain information about texture coordinates, material IDs, and hard edges, and can become vertices after rasterization in a volume. Let's take a closer look at the track cross-section spline. As you can see here, its control points contain material ID information. Ground material is 0, as you can see here, and rail material is 1. And as we go through the control points, we can see how the number is changing. Control point is 0, control point 1, contain material ID 0, control point 2, where we start. Control point 2, where the rail starts, contains material ID of 1, material ID of 1 continues here and here, then we return to 0 here and here, then to 1 here, here and here, and finally back to the ground for the last control points. Let's take a look at the track. We get the ground here, then the rail here, then the ground again here, then metal again here, then the ground edge again here. Oh, those material IDs really work. You might also be noticing that the texture mapping on the track is pretty elaborate. Let's take a look at the material. We have a simple square texture with 2 tiled strips, solid ground on the top and a transparent edge on the bottom. How can the volume mesh module know the texture coordinates we want on all those vertices? We want the bottom strip here and here, and then the top strip here. Again, the module can't know it, so the information is simply embedded in the control points. You can, of course, also generate VDs without the need to define anything with the control points, but sometimes process control of VDs is a necessity. You can take a look at the scene 26 later, which contains a very elaborate example of control point-based texture mapping. So, take a look at the section again. Here we have coordinate of 0 on the control point 0 and the coordinate of 0.5 on control point 2. As it's also a material edge where the element starts, as you can see here. We have an and here, which of course is used to generate those images. Here and on the other side, here. It's a pretty simple module. You can read all about the documentation. Basically provides something to take a look at each module, as both of them have an identical shape. With them, we have two bias options and generates the outer surface on the end of an extrusion. Next up, we take a look at the bias shaped extrusion module. Here, we have two biases in the scene, as you can see. But we only use one volume mesh module, as both of them have an identical shape. With them, plug the volume mesh output into two modifiers, as you can see here.
Yeah,
Here,
see?
shifting the result to different heights, and
Yeah.
then use the output into create mesh modules to create the two wire objects. That's it for extruded objects. Now to the scattered objects. The structure of a spline-based object placement generator graph is pretty simple. First, we need mesh inputs or game object reference inputs. Here, for variety's sake, I'm inputting sleepers and bridge spots using prefabs in an input game object module, as you can see here. For the sleepers, and here for the bridge spots. And I'm using an input mesh module to input the posts mesh as a mesh reference. Second, we need to generate the so-called spots or transforms of those objects we spawned into. To do that, we need a volume and a set of bounds. You can read the detailed documentation in the volume spots module later, but the gist of its use in this graph is this. Every single volume spots module is using the output from the same shaped extrusion module from the right track. From it, it extracts a spline path and volume information required to build those transforms. And then we plug the bounds from the input game object and input mesh modules into those volume spot modules. Let's start with the sleepers. Sleepers get false with one of the four randomly selected prefabs separated by 0.3 meters each. Outside posts get randomly rotated spots offset on the spline over the whole spline. Bridge supports get spots distributed on a certain portion of the spline,
Yeah.
roughly matching the bridge extrusion area. They are also rotated vertically instead of being aligned to the spline, as you can see here. They are also vertically offset on the path using this field. Y supports get vertical orientation too, as you can see here, and are distributed over the whole spline, as you can see here. And finally, wire holders, those C-shaped sinks between two wires, get a single vertical offset and distribution over the whole spline. They are also randomly rotated by 180 degrees. And that's it. Beyond this point in generation, all we have to do is to plug the outputs to modules, creating game objects or meshes. With that, we are finished with the graph. For example, this module with the bridge supports. The brings our generator overview portals. We have examined the setup of a small and simple extrusion, learned the basics of generator structure and module use, and then examined a very complex generator with a real environment.
So it needs designs and let's check the example scenes. This one that I showed you at the beginning, and also this one that uses this rail block and makes a rail track out of it. And as you can see, mesh deformation can be done in real time, and the performance are of course way better in play mode than in edit mode. Thank you and have a nice day.
Amazing.
So it needs the odds, and as you can see, mesh deformation can be done in real time. And
Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna start there. I'm gonna open his examples. So what's this guy named? What's this called? His name? Tool Buddy? What about in the asset store? Tool Buddy, okay, same thing. I don't see the asset though. Did I import it yet? I'm not sure if I imported it. I think I only downloaded it. No, it's imported. Curvy splines. Where are you? Did I already add it to assets? Why can't I find the import, bruh? Okay, so he put, okay, it's imported into Tool Buddy. Okay, so we got some nice seeds here. Yeah, so that's the one I'm looking for. And it's great that this happens at runtime because that's exactly what I'm trying to build, right? So I do have some runtime errors here. Oh no. Okay, it's compatible with built-in renderer. Let's see. What? Okay, so I'm going to restart Unity because I didn't change anything with those shaders, and I was getting errors from them, so I don't believe that was correct. Okay, so this guy's obviously using libtest.net, the stuff that I'm using as well. So what I'm gonna do is, let me see. Actually, I'm not using my libtest because I did switch. So I'm just gonna delete my import. Yep, can always get that back if I need it. Fluffy underwear. What in the frick is this? So is this a dependency? Okay. So he's using some kind of dependency that's telling me I can't use multiple projects. I only have one open at the moment. Just gonna press play and see what happens. Okay, play's not working because I have compile errors. And now create mesh from points. Do I even need this? So polymesh. I am pretty sure I do not need this script. I think it's outdated. I don't use it anymore. Let me see. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't need that anymore. So then we go from 8 errors to how many? Okay. So it seems like I just fixed all the errors. Yeah, so we had the libtest library in my project twice. With all that fixed, now I'm getting the curvy welcome screen, and I guess now we can begin with the fun stuff. Creating railroads based on real world data. And after that, we're gonna do power lines and figure out how that works. And then what else could be? Yeah, maybe I'll do the roads then. I mean, I have working roads right now, and they kind of fit the style of my game, so I'm not sure if I need to actually do anything there. But we could. It could be cool to use the tool because I could get like more high quality roads. Although, like I said, I like the roads as they are right now, so we'll see if I ever do that. Okay, cool. So let's start this. And it seems to be working great. Okay, so the spline was already created in the beginning. So let me see here. What he got? He has an animator. What's the animator do? The animator is probably animating some value. Yeah, so that's what it's doing, right? Okay. Very cool. So in the end, I could actually have trains riding. They could even follow the schedule, right? They could even follow the schedule of the real world. Vaguely. Okay, so it seems like there's no code doing any of this. Oh my. So I did get myself into a pretty complex asset here. Let's see what happens here. Seems to connect them perfectly, doesn't it? Okay, so that's the prefab that's using. Curvy generator. So this is the input spline path. Okay, so I'm guessing if I duplicate that, now we have, okay. Yeah. Input spline path. Oh, this tool, it might actually be unnecessarily complex. Let me just quickly see about this one. I mean, so you got a spline container, add spline mesher, convert to spline. So I mean, this might be straightforward in the sense that I could offset the spline myself, do a chord. Source mesh. I think this is fine. If the power, yeah, I think it's fine. So I'm gonna buy this one because it's exactly, I mean, it's so straightforward compared to this other one, man. I don't know if it's worth it to get into. This guy created something that's just overkill for my use case, in my opinion. Guys, I'm not shying away from learning what he did there. I just don't think it's worth my time right now because I don't need such sophisticated functionality. I don't need the different materials per spline. Like, all I need is the mesh deformation, to be honest. That's all I need for now. So I'm gonna use this guy's components. It seems to all happen in exactly one component. This guy has like 20,000. Exactly, okay. Download that, 4 megabyte. Mr. Ass Kisser. Calm Staggered Creations Blind Messer. For sure. Okay, let's see. So I cannot believe how annoying Unity's asset import system is. Like, honestly, how can it be that annoying every single freaking time? Staggered Creations. Like, come on! Like, I just double checked it, and now it's using another name again. How? Like, it's so crazy to me that that's even possible. I like, come on. Okay, fine. My lord, that is so annoying. I cannot even believe it. Convert to spline. Pipe mesh filter. Okay, so let's see. We'll take... Actually, here we have a railroad generator. I'm gonna create another one. Spline, add, let's see what I have here. And actually, I'm going to remove the other package for now because it's just gonna confuse me, I'm guessing. So what was that, curvy spline? Okay, so this is a package, which means I can go ahead, go to plugins, ToolBuddy, remove that. And guys, the lighting in this scene is a little bit off. Like I'm not using the same lighting that I set up in the actual world scene, so just in case you're thinking that that could be better, I know it can. It's just not important in this scene because this is where I experiment with generation things. Okay, so this guy tells us to add a spline container, and this is what it's going to be here. So this is the spline container. Okay, so we're gonna actually. Okay, so first okay, here's the deal. First, I'm gonna set up these knots in the editor. Let's move that a bit. Let's move that even more. And just one more. And this is not closed. Okay, that's cool. Okay. And then we're gonna... Okay, so it's already drawing it for me. That's pretty cool. And, okay, so those knots are in local scale. I'll figure out how to change that. Okay, so let's see what happens, right? I'll move that one a little bit there. Get a more realistic looking trail track there. And then pull this one back. Yeah, okay. So we use this. Int data, flow data, object data. Okay, cool. So I'm not entirely sure what that's for, so okay, spline container seems very, very simple. Add spline mesher. Okay. An output game object must be assigned. So okay, so this is gonna be our railroad generated railroad, just to make that clear. Spline mesher, sort of output. There we go. Object, output object is missing a mesh filter component. Okay. Mesh filter. Mesh renderer as well. Okay, everything's very straightforward until now. Okay. Okay, cool. So deforming. Yeah. Source. Okay. Okay, so it's building it now with a cube, I'm guessing. It's taking a cube. Yeah, let me see. She actually took a cube. I'm just gonna give it a wheel and see. Okay, so cool. That seems to be working for now. Okay, so what's clear is that we definitely need to prepare the mesh in its rotation, right? So if I take a cube here, you see, these are not, if I take a cube, that should be what we are working with. Okay, so now I just need to figure out how to give it a material. Okay, so we need a mesh. I am going to try it with the railroad tracks now, and then I'm probably gonna have to do some preparation there. I'm just gonna try it as with how the railroad is right now for starters, and then prepare it if I need to. Where are we here? Loading games 2. Okay, so here's our. I'm just gonna copy that and bring that to our prefabs folder, prefab variant, and then we're gonna name this just rail. Delete that, bring that in there, and now if I think I can go here now and say convert to spline railroad track linear piece. Yeah. Convert to spline. Create it with a new spline. No. Okay, so now it has a spline mesher. Spline container goes right here. Ah, there we go. So that seems to have worked, kinda. Right. But yeah, as we see, the object is flipped. Yeah, so maybe we can actually do the preparation in here. So that should be 108. No, actually this is incorrect. This should be 180. And yet so this is interesting. Why is it screwing up that? That's not cool. I thought it would, okay, wait. That's interesting. You can give it like a DNA kind of pattern, but I don't need that. 0. So I do want to actually take this and component. So I got the spline mesher here. Component. So I don't need that anymore. So for some reason, it's not bending it around the thing. I kind of expected this to work out of the box. It doesn't seem to be doing that. I don't know. So let me see what's the issue here. Distribution. So. Conforming. Okay, so I don't think we need the conforming because I think that would allow for height. Yeah, there we see. There we see the conforming happening. Yeah, so we don't need that. Just want it flat. So that's not fun. That didn't really work. So since I'm not a 3D model, 3D artist, I need to, how can I retroactively fix an asset to conform with Unity's following orientation? So I knew that this moment would come at some point. This moment is now here. I am downloading Blender. Okay. Here we go. Blender. It's been a while. I used Blender like 15 years ago. Okay, so okay, so I need to rotate this thing. I need to rotate it exactly. Okay, so can I reset the transform here? No. Okay, so put that to 0. This to 0. This to 0. Right, okay. I don't need you anymore. So this is actually correct. I just need to know where the anchor is supposed to be. So does this guy talk about an anchor? Okay, I feel like this should be done. I don't know why. I don't know why this constantly. Yeah. Okay. Now let's see what happens when I export this as an FBX. I'm going to save it right here to I think for now I'm gonna save it right into prefabs. This rail model and forward, Z forward. So actually, since I did Z forward now, okay, we'll figure that out. I think I just screwed up because I clicked Z forward but oriented it up. So annoying. Okay, let's see. Now if I have prefabs here, I should have a rail model. And it's looking up. Oh my god, that's so annoying. So what if I... I'm not sure. Okay, let's see. Let's just figure that out. We will go here now. So just generic. Yeah, so you have what? See forward. Yeah, so that's screwed up. That isn't correct. So if I export this now as FBX and I say Y minus Y is forward, that should be correct then. And Z is up. So did that. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, that looks better. And then actually it's incorrect on one side, so I'm gonna have to export it and say Y. Let me see. No, it's a Z up, so it has to be minus Z up. Okay, let's see if that worked. Remove that, take that in. Let's see now. Okay, so Z forward is correct. No, that still didn't work. So minus Y is forward and minus C is up. No, actually no. That's incorrect. So Y up is actually Y. And yeah. This could be correct now. And here we go again. No, it's incorrect. Okay, let's see. So minus C forward, that's okay. But then this, I guess Z up? Z up could be right. Nope. Forward is correct. Maybe I need X up. See how this turns out. If not, I need to rotate it differently again. Yeah, I need to rotate it differently. So now X is actually up. Wow, that's so annoying. So let's take this guy. Yeah. Now let's see what happens when we just export it as it is now. With Y up. Get the rail model in here. See forward. So that's incorrect. Now we're gonna need to say. So Y up was wrong, then let's do Z up. And after that we just try X up. And then one of those has to work, right? I'm guessing. Yeah, so now we try X up. If that doesn't work, then we have to rotate it once. So do X up. I mean, this definitely has to be wrong. It just seems so wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, so we're gonna have to rotate it, I guess. Take that away. 90 degrees like that. Nope. Wrong one. On the Z-axis. Yeah. And now, I guess what we say is... I guess we say Z up. Let's see. Wow, this is kind of tedious, but I guess, I mean, that's what it takes, right? Almost. Z up. So I need minus Z up, right? Then we got it. Z up minus C up. That's gonna be it. Didn't I just do minus C up? There you go. Finally. Okay. So now we take this and convert this to spline. Okay, with a new spline, yes. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, why? So obviously there's too many. I think I just screwed that up. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, I mean... This asset is... becoming kind of annoying to me. I was really hoping it just works out of the box like that. It doesn't seem to be the case right now. Okay. Okay. Spline container. So I guess I'll create another spline. Add a spline container. I'll give it some knots. Another one. Yeah. Okay. I mean, Okay, so this has a spline controller. I'll give it the spline container. Output object. I'm gonna create another object for that. Output. And then. Oh, so I think I already screwed that up now. Great. So this output object is gonna get a mesh renderer and a mesh filter. Yeah, and then here we have the spline. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this in there again. We're gonna unpack the prefab. Take out the track. Go to the mesh here and convert to spline. And no, we don't want a new one. Spline container. This. I don't see it, guys. I don't see it. So just like made it extremely small. But even though this is just frustrating, man. Okay. So let's do 0.1. 1. So let's do 5 of that. And 6. We're gonna need 10. So 20. 21. Conforming naval. Take that off. Distribution segments. Why is there only? So it's just not stretching to fit. So let me see. Great, now yeah, wow, amazing. So let's do 100 segments. Actually, I don't want that, I want 10 segments, okay? But I want you to be deforming. I don't need this either. Come on. Really? That's how you're gonna do it? Are you serious? So I don't. Yeah, so I think the real issue is that we have a segment that, yeah. I think that we can get much better results if this segment becomes only 2. So I'd have to cut that in half. So where's the actual spline editor in the editor? Shouldn't there be more controls? So I fear that I have a fear that this is not performant enough. Like, wow, I didn't expect it to feel this bad. Like the whole asset. so I need to make this like much bigger, or even like 100. Give that back to 2. Or no, it has to be bigger. Wow. Of course. And then the results are not nice, I must say. Like, are you serious? It's just a flat object now. What even happened to my spline? To my... Are you kidding me? Wow, this is surprisingly frustrating. I did not expect it to be like this. I want to see if there's some reviews that talk about these results. I feel like I'm not using it correctly, but then again, like the documentation. Wow. Okay, I must be doing something wrong because these reviews are saying that it's actually that there are no issues. So I guess it's not as simple as I thought. I am going to try out the examples that this asset offers and see if maybe I can learn something there. But then again, I didn't even have any. Seems like there is an example scene right here. Let's check that one out. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. So it does deform. Lol. Okay, so it has to do that. So let me see. What's this guy doing? Is this a separate? Roller coaster track spline. And the supports. As a spline mesher. Okay. What about this track? Where's it getting the track from? Spline container. Okay. One spline hit multiple spline mesher components. So the overpass, spline mesher 1. Okay, so it seems spline mesher takes an input of a spline container and has an output of a spline mesh. Oh, but okay, so this one also has a spline container, but that doesn't have to be that way. So in my code, what I could do is go. I could be working like this. I could say there's one spline container game object. Then what I do is I also have one spline mesher object. Spline mesher. But actually this would be the same game object, so it would have a spline container and the mesher, which is set up to just do the railroads. And then in code, I will go, you know, spline container not ist gleich generate knots from path, and then this gets the path, and then I'm wondering if the spline mesher, let me see this component here. This spline mesher is in the package, and then let me see if it has some kind of AI that I can use. So all I need is some kind of, not an on rebuild mesh. Rebuild. Yeah, so all I need to do is spline mesher dot output game object equals new game object equals a railroad game object. Yeah, I can do something like new game object and then railroad game object dot add component, and then that will be the mesh renderer, and of course also the mesh filter. And then I would simply say spline mesher rebuild. Yeah, cool stuff. So I think this will be enough. I only need one of these. Just reassign the output object. Yeah. Exactly. I can have as many as these as I want. And then, yeah, generating anything along the spline will be as easy as... It will be as easy as duplicating the spline and offsetting it. I think my heater's off. It's very cold in here. Yeah. It was on, it was just very weak. Okay. Cool beans, cool beans. Yeah, fences will be fun too when I add those. What's that? Let me see. Oh yeah, okay, so this is... Okay. What's this? Okay, interesting. So how many splines is this? What's the spline container? Okay, so they all have a different spline container. Okay, so this is not even generated. That's not cool. They tricked me. Okay, but this is okay. This is generated. So the cap is basically supposed to. Yeah, okay. So I think the cap is supposed to be part of the spline. Okay, seems simple enough. That seems simple enough. So do we get going or not? I might just, this is just a game object, and use the spline mesher. So I might just steal this, and then use it in my project. Actually, gonna listen to some more upbeat techno here. Okay. Okay, so this will be our... Oops. This will be our rail spline creator. We're going to move this into our map. I'm going to take away the text. I'm going to take away the wavy plane. And you're going to be railroad builder. I already had one that was called that. Didn't know that. So I'm gonna don't dare do people. So, first we have our spline container. And I'm guessing... There you go. Okay. Then we need our spline mesher. There do people. Okay, I need to restart this Visual Studio. It's kind of like freezing regularly, and that's super annoying. So this has to be a list, of course. Okay, so the first thing was first thing is the spline container. I'm just gonna name this. Well, you know what? I'll leave it at spline. So first of all, what? Okay, so let me see. Okay, wait, so there's a spline container. Let me see. And this has, oh, it has a list of splines. Interesting. Interesting. So you can have multiple splines in one container. Okay. So I can add spline. Okay, so first we'll create a spline. And I'm guessing, so this is a container, and then we'll say spline. Actually, let me see. What we could do is actually assume that there is a spline. Say splines first, and then could say clear. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear that. Okay, so first spline, and then we're gonna clear it. Let me see what it has. Busy or not. So for now, we're just gonna say that it's a new busy or not. Oh, cool! It just takes a position, right? Yeah, cool. Okay, cool. So that's enough for that. Now, I would, let me see. Right, so now we need to set the output object. Okay, so game object, railroad object. Nope. it's just a new game object. And this is gonna get an ID and everything once we set up the geodata. And now what we want to do is first switch songs to perhaps this. Okay, now we want to say that the spline mesh generator output object is that. And then what I guess we can do is literally say rebuild. That seems like enough code to me. I'll be right back. So we are going to remove yeah, we're gonna remove and the output mesh, remove this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we don't need any of this anymore, because all that is already taken care of. I mean, what we're going to do actually is we are going to go back to our roads and test it here. So here we still have this. Now we do, okay, wait. We'll go back once more and copy our railroad creator. I am going to take these points, paste them in here, and now see if that works. Okay, I forgot to add components, of course. So railroad object, add component, mesh filter, and the same for mesh renderer. Something really weird though is happening with the knots. So So I'm saying here take 1, 2, 3. What it's doing. Let me see. I do not know why these guys had varying Y values. What is it doing? So I believe there might be an issue that I am just feeding the spline world coordinates. Okay, wait. First of all, what happened with ChatGPT, man? What the? Where's my? Oh my lord. Okay. When working with splines in Unity, how can I set up the knobs in code using world positions? I am using the Unity splines package. Inverse transform point. So that's a spline container, I guess. So that could be it already. I just did this. Okay, that worked better. However, it is getting the Alright, so wait, there's one thing I need to stop, and that's conforming. Disabled that. And it's getting the order wrong. So I have to fix the order. So it goes from here. Wait. First of all, let me see this in red. So I have point. Yeah, so that's the issue. Now it should be correct. Yeah. And now we have to figure out because it is taking the rails just like I said was set up before. So it's actually very annoying. It seems as though it should just work. But it's not. It's even using the That's annoying, man. So I guess what we're gonna have to do is check out So I want to check out the configuration in this scene. so it's already gone here. We'll have to open up the example scene once again. And figure out what went wrong, right? So it has itself as a spline container, not auto, Bezier, Bezier, Bezier. Okay, so it has Bezier set. That's one difference. What else? This is all set to distance. All of this must be the same. I think the only difference is the knots that I set. So let's say I copy this component and I go back into the testing scene. And then I paste it here into the spline container. And then I go back here, and in our railroad builder we do not set the points, and we do not clear them. What happens then? So it doesn't have to do with the knots. What is the issue then? Also, if I add a mesh renderer here, what happens then? Nothing. This guy has a mesh renderer and the real spline. What the flip, man? What is the difference? Fine, we go back. Copy rails. Come here. Turn this one off. Seems to work. Get rid of that. Get rid of the wavy plane. We don't say conform. Take that off. Everything's still working. So now if I add the rail road builder, so wait a second. If I duplicate this, but here I take away the spline mesher and the spline container and the railroad builder. Now if I go here and say that the output object is the second one, does it still work? Yes, that's still working. And now this guy, I remove this component, and I remove this component, and I remove this component. He has a mesh renderer. And this is still working. Okay. Okay, interesting that that still works. Does it have to do with this? What if I... Oh, the materials. Oh, the materials. So what if I use this as the output object now? And now I remove... Okay. So if I remove these... I see now. So now I can use another one. Say here, mesh filter. Mesh renderer. And now if I just use this, it's not going to work because it doesn't have the materials. Gotcha. I can go here. Now it's this game object as the output. And boom, when I move this, we get the failure. Very cool. So it's just the... It's really just the materials. I wonder if it's by name. But I guess it doesn't really matter because I can copy. Yeah, I'll just make a prefab. Yeah, so this will simply be my prefab. So this is railroad prefab. I'll take both of those, remove those. Then this guy will have game object, railroad, prefab, prepared with necessary materials. Yeah. So I will reset this to none. These rails, remove the mesh filter, remove the mesh renderer, and remove the mesh collider. Now, we go here and we say instead of that, it's actually just instantiate the but we don't need that. All we need is that. And now if we go here, little builder, let me see, this has to be public. Now we give it these points. We assign the railroad prefab, and now we should get a working railroad along these points. Right, I commented out the code where we clear and assign the new knots. So at runtime it's gonna clear this one and assign the new knots. Amazing. Okay, so why does it start? Where's that point? It's there. Why did it believe to start up there? Let me see. That's interesting. I will remove these. I'm not sure where it gets that 1 point from. Let's see what happens now. Interesting. Where is it getting that from? That's interesting. Well, we're getting further and further. Where is it getting that first point from? So as to my estimation, there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. And it makes no sense for there to be any more. Right? Ah. Okay. So that's not the spline tool's fault. It's actually this line's fault. Give components and children. Where does it get the 0 from? Huh? That doesn't make no sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. But that's not even the issue that it's taking. Which of these is at 0, 0? Okay, okay. So the 0, 0 point is actually correct. It's that he is get components and children is actually including the parent, which is why does get components and children transform give me the transform including from this current object. I need only the transforms of the child objects. So that's super weird. Why would it do that? Okay, so apparently I can say and that should work. To error. Apparently that should work. Okay. Amazing. So now, I mean, this is already plenty good, right? Like, I know that that looks like crap. But you see, this already looks very good compared to what I had before. This here looks a little bit deformed. But now, if... I'm not sure if there's a way to automatically add values to Bezier handles. Is there a way to automatically add smooth Bezier values? I'm creating the knots for my path, but not sure how to manipulate the handles procedurally. Smooth but reasonable effect. So, looks like it could work. Here we do spline of knots equals knots. Perfect. Calculate tangents based on neighboring points. So I'm not sure what kind of value he's using now to smooth, like what kind of factor. We'll see how that turns out. This is giving me weird rotations. I should have mentioned that I only want to curve. I want to ignore the y-axis rotation completely. So that's weird. Oh, wow. Amazing. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna set not. What was it? Rotation. So some kind of rotation type. Wait a minute. How do I set that in code? Spline container. Splines. Okay, so Unity engine splines. So I don't want this at all. I don't want this either. I'm actually gonna. You know what? That's fine. We don't want that. However, perhaps. No. The Unity editor for spline container add has the option to set the 0 to auto. How can I do this in script when I'm adding the knots to the spline via code? Okay. So I do need to do something like spline.add knots.add. Amazing. This should yield us very good results now. Yeah, nice. Isn't that nice? That's perfect. That's perfect. Now we can play around with it. Add one here. Add one here. Add one here. Add one there. Add one there. One there. One there. One there. One there. Let's see what the auto does. I'm loving it. That's amazing. Cool beans. I do think I want them a bit bigger because, like, in real life, that looks a little bit weak. Talking about German railroads here. I'm gonna see what happens. Now, I know that I am deforming the mesh by scaling it disproportionately, but look at that. Much better. That's what it should look like. And I am going to change the materials. I'm going to take the smoothness out. Yeah. And the same thing for the other one, rails. That shouldn't be metallic. Also shouldn't be that. Yeah. And now for the wood, I mean, so materials. So that wood is always there, right? Let's just figure out maybe. Do we like it? Okay, very cool. Which means we don't need this. Okay, so it is time. It is time to bring this over. Oh shit. Let me just do that. To bring this into our scene. Of the young stars. Holy Spirit. So how do we do it with the other ones again? We say here's a world object, and then the world object, game object is bushground. Okay. Exactly. So that's all you need. And then who's the parent? Okay. Let's see. Do we pass as a parent here? No. No parent. Okay, that's cool. Important part is to have a world object state. World builder. This is what we need. And we say game object is that. Very cool, very cool. Cool stuff. Cool beans. So then we go into any other builder here and steal this code. We get rid of this. This is railroad builder. Great. Go back here. Anything else? Yeah, we need the awake too. And charges. Yeah. So that's all we need. Okay, so now comes the part where we extract it from our OSM data So this is a railroad. Is gonna be one of those things, I guess. And it's gonna be a line string, obviously. Yeah, okay, fine. We don't need that. We just make this. Is it a path, perhaps? No, we're gonna do this as a railroad. We're gonna return those separately. Actually, that's another line string. And we'll return that here. Okay. That's getting a little bit ridiculous. I'm gonna make a class actually, where I can populate that data. So now let's find out. I might have written that down. It's not here, so I wonder why I didn't do that. But that's no issue. We will find out right now. Because there's a railroad right here. Oh, there isn't. Oh no. So that one's not even in there. Eisenbahnkreuzung. Oh man. So they don't even. Aufgegebene Bahnstrecke. Okay, so we got this railway. Okay, so I'm guessing it's if there's a railway. So I'm gonna go with if there's a railway at all. That's fine for now because as you guys can see here, all kinds of railways are made with those. In the city it might be a little bit weird because like especially U-Bahnen, which is under the ground. So I might just filter subways. I might just filter this one. And then everything else should be right. Oh no. Oh, if it's a bridge, it's a bridge. Okay, that's cool. Cut is funny. I don't care about that. Electrify could be interesting. So, for now I'm going to go with all of them, and I'm going to add a to-do. So if it's a line string, else if there is a railway. If ungleich that, and figure out when and how to generate U-Bahnen underground railways. So I'm gonna do this. Ungleich subway. And this is gonna be two-line string to track. Actually, I'm gonna make this a railroad. That's funner to me. And a railroad is going to be a line string. So the railroad is a line string. There you go. And I'm not sure work type is railroad. Geometry, properties, yes. Yeah. And that should be good. Now we make it return that too. Yeah, and then we're good there. Let's see, railroads. Okay, now that's the reading part. And now we go to the generating part. Which we do whatever this is called. So now here we have railroad. Railroads equals railroads. Okay. Then we're gonna say railroads. And railroad. Okay. Cool beans. So now we added that. Now I would have get an exception here, but obviously so a line string is a world path, right? So I know it goes here to line string, and that's why here we're gonna have to make sure that we ask specific line strings first, then the general ones. Okay, and then here we can say railroad builder generate. This has to be public, of course. Generate railroad, and it only takes one, of course, which is totally fine. And this guy is gonna take actually a railroad. Railroad, and then it's gonna be railroad. Points. There you go. doesn't take a parent. And that should be it. Now we should have... Just like that, we should have implemented railroads. Let's go check it out. So just so that we don't waste too much time here, I am going to do something nifty. And that is, I'm going to... I'm going to add another starting point. And this is going to be... Avelwerd and railroad. Make that active. Oh cool, so it goes right here. What is this? And that. Okay. Now we should spawn right next to a railroad. So it's generating our railroads as water. How did that happen? Let's see. Okay, so let's see. We went here, said to railroad, type railroad. Oh, we didn't use this. It says to river. Okay, then obviously it will be spawned as a river. There we go, next try. So that didn't work. Should be a railroad right here now. Is it gonna take a while? Object not set to... Let me see. Spline container. Okay. Yes. I'm very sorry. Yeah. Kind of excited for this one. It's taking a little bit longer, seems to be working. I guess it is a very long railroad. You're gonna have to make sure that it's performant enough. Oh no. Index out of bounds. Arg. So I guess I'm going to have to fix that by simply splitting up the path. Like, it's gonna be just too long. I'm guessing it's just too long. Kind of screwed everything up, like mixed up the materials as well. So let's see. It might just be too big. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna split this into smaller objects. I need you to split the path into smaller objects. Make sure the length into smaller paths and generate a railroad for each of them. Here are the things you must consider. 1. So I'm gonna say, let me configure a max length for each smaller path, for each split smaller path. Because the generation doesn't work when it's too long. Generate a railroad for each of them. Split the path into separate smaller paths with the max length if needed. Generate railroads for each of them. 4. Make sure that each path aligns with the next one. Duplicate the end of the one path must be present on the next as the start. Okay. So I'm gonna add that, and let's see. Oh, that's what he did. Okay. Generate railroad segment. I'm gonna call this, and this is just gonna be generate railroad. And the max segment length we will make configurable. Max segment length is gonna be, let's say this is 100. Yeah. ID is gonna actually, this doesn't matter at all. Yeah, that doesn't matter at all. Okay. Okay, so let's see if breaking it up into smaller segments helps. If not, then we're going to have to find out exactly which path is not working here and try to fix it. Yeah, see? Okay, but this, okay, that helped for this one for sure. Maybe I'll click on conform. Yeah, conform might be necessary at this point. Okay, so great. We fixed that. We found out it does have to do with being too long. Now there's still something failing here, so perhaps if we now do 50, maybe it won't fail anymore. And we're going to do tell the railroad builder to conform. And let's see. It does take very long to to generate. Yeah. Cool. I mean, come on. Is that cool or is that cool? So why didn't it conform to that? I changed it to 50 and there's still some errors. I'm guessing there's some kind of looping railroad. Let me get my food first. yourself some protein right here. I know why it's not conforming. It needs to be generated after everything else. At least after the ground. Currently there's no mechanism for the order of generation. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to rewrite this logic that activates and generates the object initially, and also every time every 3 seconds. So this is the second time I have an issue where the fact that I'm not generating everything in the entire world in the beginning, but I'm doing it lazily, I now have an issue where the generation of one type of object is dependent on the other. And so I cannot generate it in its entirety unless all the objects in its own area are generated beforehand. So what I'm going to have to do is not only do I need to generate the objects that are in the distance of the player, I actually also have to generate all the objects that are... Oh no, I cannot do that. That would be an infinite loop. Oh no. Houston, we have a problem. Huh. So working in 3 dimensions is a lot more difficult than in 2. Let me tell you that. Creating a 3D world from a 2D map. Who would have thought that would come with some issues? So I am in somewhat of a pickle. So I think for railroads, I can work like this. Yeah. We would only enter an infinite loop if we would generate the neighbors of surrounding objects and their neighbors, and so on. We will not enter an infinite loop if we generate the neighbors of all railways. And there aren't that many railways. So that's fine. I think I'm going to be able to fix this quite easily. Okay, I'm done eating. It's 9:30. That's plenty of time to fix this issue. Can you get some Wawa? Chocolata. So first I'm going to figure out why some of the railroads are giving me errors. Great. So let me see, this is happening inside of, should we create mesh? Maybe just create collider. But it still should be happening here. That's not cool. I did say to catch it. That doesn't make any sense, bro. Or wait, maybe the throw itself. I mean, come on, it doesn't even execute the throw yet. Restart. Yes. I mean, I am forced to look at the data now to figure out which railroad is giving me an issue here. So it seems 4 of them. But it can only be 2 because it's doing it twice for the collider and once for the mesh. Oh man, but come on, tell me that isn't cool. That the world has this now. I think that's cool. I think it's pretty damn cool. Yeah, so this is just an ordering issue. Let me see. So is it perhaps only when he's creating the collider? So if, let's say I take the collider off. If everything's fixed now, then that would be awesome. I'm guessing that the box collider would work better because it's actually generating a mesh collider, which could be no, so it's still failing, right? Even without the collider. That's not good. So first thing we're gonna do I bet that's some kind of weird broken path, man. Okay, first thing we're gonna do is figure out I want to take a close look at each at all of the at all the railroads, to be honest. So that's what I'm gonna do. Why isn't this working? Oh my lord. Railroads is 0. What? Huh? What? That doesn't even make sense. Okay, something really weird just happened there. Something really weird. That didn't make any sense at all. What? How can that be? Okay, something's broken here. I'm gonna have to restart Unity. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. Close this too. And open. Okay. Maybe I should ask, okay, here might be the issue, that railways are actually highways, or something like that. But I'm not sure if that's even possible, because, let me see here. Yeah, this is not it. All the way over there, and then I guess here's another one, which is also okay. Fine, and let's check out this one here. So this is also a railway. Sheena, oh please be railway. Railway is rail. And then let's see, is it a highway? No, it's not. So there are actually a few, there are actually many of these, especially over here. So yeah, that is actually a big job that it has. That's why it's taking so long, I'm guessing. And these ones here seem to be real weird. But it doesn't make sense that... Oh, paths! Oh no! Oh, obviously, okay. Here we go. Found out why it was behaving so weirdly. So we have 10 railroads. So I'm gonna guess that it's all of the 4 that were only 2 segments are there. I think when there's only 2 points, that could be an issue. So that's very easily to find out. So railroad point. So I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing now that there's gonna be 0 errors, and then I'll just have to find out. I mean, I know exactly which. Please be that. I mean, I saw exactly 4 of them with 2 points. Fuck. It's not those. But that's okay. I will definitely find out which ones are causing those errors. So it's 4 of them, right? It doesn't actually have to be 4 of them. It could be... Let me see. It could be, yeah, it could be 4 segments of 1. But I mean... Yeah, so what do we got here now? So this is bugging around again. So now we have 7 railroads. 23, 11, 3, 3. So, filtering out those 2 that had 3. Maybe it's the ones with 3 that are causing the issues. It's so stupid that Unity's not catching my error, so I could just directly find out which path is causing the error. But since we're working with so few of them, I think I'm gonna find them pretty quickly. Again, 4. So it's one of the more complicated ones. Let me see, what else can we do? I'm just gonna take 3 of these. So just taking the first 3. Actually, no. I'm gonna let it do its thing. Check if those errors are in the first 3. Seriously? Oh my god, I'm such an I'm a doofus, guys. I'm a doofus. That wasn't making any sense. So we're gonna go back and filter just the two out, because I am actually pretty confident that it was those two, the ones with the two points. Now watch as there are 0 errors. What? Okay, we're taking only one of them now. Okay. So great. Now I'm really working like a doofus here. So if it's in the next two, man, at times like these I really feel stupid. Like there really isn't a better way to do this. Okay, it's not in the first 3. So is it in the first 10? And if yes, then I know that it's in the 4th until the 10th. Yeah. Okay, so if I skip 3 and take 6, it's definitely in there. So I'm gonna take another 3. Interesting. So all 4 errors, I'm guessing it's from one of them. What if I take only 1? Okay, so we almost got it, guys. We almost got it. At most 3 more runs. Two. Okay, so we already have, so that's 2, 3. So index 3 is a problematic one. So I could literally say index 3 here. Or I could say to list. You know what? We're gonna do it differently. We're gonna say, yeah, this is extremely stupid, but yeah, that's gonna work. So now I should get 2 errors from just this one railroad, and we'll find out what's the issue with those segments. There you go. Okay. So it's Murdoch high span with 23 nodes. It's this one. And 23 Knoten. So it is this one that's causing the issues. But it looks perfectly fine. Like, shape-wise, it doesn't seem to be a geometry issue. It might just be too long, right? So, perhaps the segmentation isn't working correctly. And the funny thing is that it's exactly the one that I've been hanging out at. Or wait, no it's not. This is the one that I'm hanging out at. So this is where it begins. Hey, what's the issue with it? So let me see. There's 2 errors. So I'm gonna figure out how many segments I am splitting this into. "21 segments, each with 2. No. Ah, stupid. Okay, it's probably the splitting. That's not what it's supposed to do. That's not what it's supposed to do. This code is not... Wait a minute. Oh, so stupid. This code creates bad output when the nodes are farther apart than the... It's impractical output when the farther apart than the allowed segment length. I want you to add nodes along the path so that when along the path, I want you to split the original path into many more points so that the segments end up with more nodes instead of always being just start and end because they were larger than the allowed length. Basically, I'm saying I want a reasonable amount of nodes in each segment, and they should be distributed fairly. Yeah. See, he got the points. He got the point. Yeah, see, that's the that's of course the issue when you're working with ChatGPT. The code will work, it will compile, but he might have misunderstood you like slightly in a different way, and you're kind of expecting it to work in the way that you meant. But he just implemented it in with a different approach, and then you end up kind of with faulty results. Now, as you can see, I fixed it. No longer bugs, and the track should, the faulty one that didn't work, it should start somewhere over there. I think I see it already. Yeah. So this one was giving us errors, and now we have it right here. And so this is the knot. It's basically like a connecting point right here. So I am going to enable all of the roads again and figure out and see if I fixed all of the issues, or if there still exists one. Okay. Railroad. I'm just gonna make sure that I don't run into that mistake again and write this here. I should refactor paths into tracks, roads, and rivers. I'm gonna do that at some point. Okay, let's see. I know it takes a while, but I am gonna add a loading screen. And yeah, I don't think there's a way around that. Like at some point, I mean, come on. At some point, you need to have a loading screen, and you just have to accept that your world generation takes a while, and that's totally fine. Like, come on. So not a single error. That's what I like. That's how I like it, boy. So there's a gap here, which for now, I mean, I don't mind at all. That's totally fine. And now, randomly it worked here, but this is not reliable yet. I mean, I'm kind of proud. I mean, come on. Railroads already? Yeah, see, so here we have an obvious issue. I need to generate and include all of the railroad's neighbors. Is this fine? What do you guys think? I mean, this is an abandoned railroad, so I think that's fine. I mean, I don't think we're ever gonna have trains driving on these railroads. So I actually think it's fine. Okay, so to fix that, we're gonna need to give the player massive speed. So let's just remember that 15 was good. And I'm gonna do that with header 15 is good. That's how pros do it. So I'm gonna give him 100. And I just need to make sure that we can reliably find that one spot where the railroad is in the ground, and then fix the bug and make sure that that spot is fixed. Then we're good. Nice. Yeah, perfect. So we can always just come here and check if the bug is fixed. Okay, so that's gonna happen in the Geo Object Manager, something like that. GeoJSON Manager. No. Geo Object Grid Manager. It's not even a grid anymore. So that's kind of outdated. I need ordering. Wait, can you even see? That's a good song. Okay. So what are we doing here even? We're just checking if it is, and then we're making sure that they're generated, activated and generated. So we're just going to say here, if it's a railroad, special treatment for railroads because their generation depends on all geo grounds, therefore they must be generated last. So I'm going to say generate the railroads now that everything else is generated. So we do here railroads up here, railroad, rails, railroads. Then yeah, we can say for each railroad, and railroads. If railroad, oh wait, no, we're actually pushing world object state, sorry, yeah. And if world object state is generated, so basically we're just going to do this. Railroad, generate object. Oh, full. I don't need that. As long as I push that. There you go. Yeah. Okay, but now I need to find the neighbors first, activate those, generate those, and then to do before generating the railroads. Find all neighbors of the railroads and generate them first. This involves finding all objects which have a point, which have any point that is close enough to the railroads. Please implement the to-do. come up with, can you please refactor it? This method is getting kinda long. Can you refactor it a bit? This method is getting kinda long. Can you refactor it? Second. Nine! I'm not waiting for them to generate. Yeah, I made sure that the quarantines are called in order, but I didn't make sure to wait for the objects to be generated before I hit the railroads. Damn. I really don't think there's a smarter way to do it. Like there's no generally much better approach. Like I'm gonna have to do it this way. Damn. Still didn't work. But like, why not? There must be a node around here. Maybe the logic. Oh yeah, because I'm not waiting. Exactly, I'm so stupid. Okay, so generate neighboring objects. Neighbors to generate. Can I yield return? Perhaps that fixes it. Okay, now he's getting to the railroads. You know, maybe I just have to generate all the railroads, generally speaking. What happened there? Okay, so now it's considering trees. Oh, I can give it a blocking mask. That's okay. This is easily fixed. Thank you, Railroad Track, for considering this tree. That's so nice of you. Oh, nice. I love this. Okay, so that's no issue. I can easily ignore trees. Okay, that's pretty fun. So that tree came later. Oh, come on! Oh, because they're not active? Oh. No. What? This is the activation. Oh, and else if it's not generated, else make sure to that's activated, of course. Now. And now if that works, I might just take the neighboring objects back down to like 200 and see if that fixes the issue, because 1000 is still a very big value, you know. Cameroon. I don't need that check. Could be unnecessary. Could be the reason why it's ignoring them. Okay. Don't understand. Don't understand. So get neighboring objects. Railroad neighbor range. And then you activate the railroads. So I'm gonna figure out what it looks like here, because in the first iteration it should already be the fact. It should already happen. They should already be generated, all these neighbors, yeah. Or I have to just up the railroad range like super high. But there should be a node around there, so I'm pretty sure I don't have to do that. I'm just gonna turn the heater on, it's getting kind of cold. And now we wait. So it's already processing the world objects. There you go. So let's see, neighbors to generate. Many, many, many. But is generated true. Oh, I see. Because the railroads, it's already generated. Oh, wait. So here's what I'm gonna do. At this point, I am going to see. This only happens once. I'm not going to generate these. I am going to press play, and then in the scene view, I'm going to figure out I'm gonna figure out. What's taking so long? Interesting. Oh, it's still generating them. That's why. Now I know it's wrong. It's activating the railroads here. Actually, that's a path. So that should be the reason why it wasn't working. Come on. I mean, come on. Right? Right? To me, it seems like that has to be the reason. Like, I was generating the railroads regardless. Like, even, yeah. Oh, now I actually commented it out? No, I didn't. So it should get stuck once again. Hello? Oh, process world objects and I activate railroads and I do that explicitly. So that's weird. Why isn't it generating it now? It doesn't make sense to me. Oh, 1 sec. Huh. Doesn't make sense to me. Although, no, it didn't. It doesn't make sense. We'll try again. Why isn't it activating railroads? That's weird. Oh, now it's not even finding them at all. Wait a minute. It wasn't. So I am gonna go and have to debug what happens after the first iteration. I have an idea. So I was filtering out itself, but not the other railroad. So I think this railroad is waiting for its neighbor railroad to generate, and so it generates the neighbor railroad. That would be such a shame. But I honestly think that was the issue. I honestly think that was the fix. And I'm going to bet on it. So let's see. Okay, let's see. Please be fixed. Yeah, boy! There we go. So that was the issue. Okay. I mean, it was a small bug, but kind of annoying one. Like, I don't want that. Yeah. Okay, now... Yes, that makes me happy. So now we should test a range of 200. So the only issue with this approach is if you have a railroad that has like one point and the other, which are like super duper duper far away from each other, and it's not gonna find the neighbors in between. So I would have to like kind of like I have to actually detect the neighbors in a set interval between the different yeah, so that seems to have worked as well. I need this code to check the distance to not only the points, but in a given frequency along all the segments. This is to get all the neighbors along the railroad, especially when two nodes of the railroad are very far apart. That way, even if so, we would find the objects along the path. Yeah, so this is good. This will fix the issue with very far apart and then we'll do that in a frequency of, say, 50. Actually, we can do 100 because the range is 200. So technically we could do 250. And that should work too. Yeah, and something else that we can do right now. Wait for it to generate, obviously. So, conforming layer mask. What we do not want is tree, right? Do you want it to conform to water? No, it should go through water. Yeah, and that should fix the tree issue.
Krasse Frage, ne? Ganz deep-mäßig. David Kowal, ne? Frag mal ein bisschen deine Erinnerung. War da nicht mal so irgendwie, oder bin ich behindert, oder gibt's ja die falschen Erinnerungen, dass David Kowal dem Hermann mal eine geklatscht hat? Oder sowas? Kann ich mal irgendwie...
Die Frage ergibt 3 schwammige Meinungen, genau eine klar. So maybe it shouldn't ignore water, shouldn't it? But then like kind of steps over the water, which is also kind of weird, isn't it? No, I think it shouldn't ignore water. I think it's good the way it is. That's okay. I could generate the grass after the railroads and then fix bugs like that. But that's such a minor bug and it doesn't even look bad. I'm just gonna... grass spawns in railroads. Generate grass after railroads. So I think I'm gonna need a more sophisticated like generation time concept, you know? It's funny, this is such a giant space with nothing going on. Like it seems like the world ends there, but it doesn't, you know? It's kind of funny to me. And so this must be and here, right, So the plane is not supposed to be 1,000. It's supposed to be 10,000. So this should be Berg. And yeah. Wow. Wow. This is that weird place. Should be a street here somewhere. There's a bench here. So this has to be somewhere. Was ist denn das jetzt? Bongersteg. Oh, also ich bin am Berg schon vorbei. Reitweg. Oh. Ja, hör mal. Bangersteg, Krater Straße. Wie sind denn die? Oh, I went way too far this way. Aber eigentlich hätte... Warte mal. Wenn die evangelische Kirche ist. Ja, das könnte auch die Reuterkirche sein. Ja. Yeah, real cool. So the question is, what's on this list that could immediately make things better, you know? I'm also gonna need a more sophisticated GPS, you know, like where you kind of like see. You need like the orientation. You need neighboring cities, and then also I want more labels in the world of like what is what. Yeah, for sure. So object pooled tagging system where immediate range objects in player's area are tagged with their OSM name. For example, church name. What else? Bus stop name. Oh yeah, shop name. Anything that has a name, to be honest. Except roads. Okay. So I think that's gonna be it for now. Uh-oh. Wow, that's really far. All that was active? Wow. Wow. That's crazy. Trees weren't active. I guess it's not that much. Yeah, so that's really... Fuck. That doesn't work at all. It's that spike right there. Of course it's this. 80 megabyte, 300 milliseconds. Please measure each major step here and debug the log the time pass. This is actually so wait. And this is actually find neighbor in objects. Wow. Who would have thought, huh? think the issue will still remain. Well, it's not that easy coding performant code. Not that easy. So now it's just 50 milliseconds. But that's obviously already too many milliseconds right there. What if I pre-processed all that data so that each railroad from the beginning, before the game even starts generating, already has his neighboring objects? I don't have to do that stupid check, it's all static data. This is so stupid of me, and I'm doing that in a constant interval. Am I dumb? I'm going to actually give the world object class a list of itself. And neighbors. Currently only used to ensure proper conforming of railroad tracks on grounds. Info. Neighbors are found before world generation starts. activate railroads. So before that happens, so let's see. I don't have to find neighbors anymore. Neighbors to generate. No, now we go over railroads. We don't have this anymore. Railroad, railroad. For each neighbor in railroad.neighbors. Now we can do that. If neighbor neighbors generated and neighbor activate. Yeah. Generating and activating neighbors. Yeah. And then we activate railroads. What are you telling me here? Okay.
Was ich manchmal denke, es muss immer Musik da sein. Bei allem, was du machst. Und wenn es so richtig scheiße ist, dann ist wenigstens noch die Musik da. Und an der Stelle, wo es am allerschönsten
Wow, really depressing song right there.
und hörst
let me switch that off. Yeah, of course the initial run takes half a whole second to process the world objects. Activating railroads took 17 seconds, so it takes 17 seconds just. Yeah, but now I don't get that freeze anymore. That big freeze. Okay, I do still get a freeze, but so it still takes 5 milliseconds. So object activation is a very heavy it's just a very heavy operation right there. 5 milliseconds just for object activation. I think that can be heavily optimized, like heavily. Specifically, I'm thinking about what am I thinking about? Okay, first of all, the railroads can't have texture. I mean, everything else is very simple, but the railroads have having texture, that's just off. Right? Am I right? Doesn't really fit the style, does it? So let's see. If we can give those railroads a better look. Yeah. So it's this material here. Now if we go here, and first of all, this doesn't even have GPU instancing. I do think we should use none, and then the simple color. Yeah, this is already looking much better, right? Ain't I right? Yeah, there we get like a brown. Do we want metallic? Yeah, so this is already looking much better, isn't it? I think it is. I think that looks good, doesn't it? Maybe a little bit too much red in there. And maybe the white, I think the white seems kind of off too. That looks pretty good too. Right? I think that looks good. So I think it's too much of a red tint. I think that looks kind of good. Yeah. This looks good. It's funny, it took 17 minutes to generate this. 17 seconds. I'm sure we can optimize it more in that where you Yeah, I'm sure we can optimize it more in a way where we generate only segments that are very close. But then we'd have to we'd have to split these railroads into separate world objects for their segments. And only generate the immediate surrounding ones, right? But that would mean that we also have to somehow generate them. I think we anyway have to do this somehow. Generate them in a way that doesn't block the thread so much. So maybe like only one at a time. So, split railroad segments into separate world objects so that world object cooling generates so that object activation generates only surrounding railroads. Sounds like a good idea. But I do think this is a very cool addition for one day. Like, oh, I also did the grass today. I mean, those are two. I think I can be proud of today's work. It did take a pretty long while, but I did finish a lot of work today. And I mean, come on, railroads. Come on. I mean, come on. Railroads, right? This is pretty cool too. I think this is actually where there's actually a node right here. Two separate ones. It's funny, you'd think actually that that this works better. Let me just check that collider. So if we look at this guy's collider only, for some reason the conforming allowed this to just completely intersect. Which is weird. Let me see. I mean, I do say ground, right? And I'm pretty sure that thing is ground. It must be, otherwise it wouldn't go up here. Yeah, so I think it's good. I'm just gonna leave that. I mean, how nitpicky do I want to be, right, as a solo dev? Okay, let's just check the analyzer. I mean, I did so much today. I know that there are still spikes. Let's just check those spikes out. Grass grid manager, 30 milliseconds. So that's actually completely irrelevant, and yet we do have to. Well, maybe it's actually. You know what? I think it's not that bad when you're actually kind of slower. And maybe we should. Yeah, you know what? It makes more sense to make bigger grids for the grass. And the reason being that we chose so little grass now that we can afford bigger tiles. And if we have bigger tiles, say it's twice the size, then that also means there's less grid activation and less updating, like a lot less frequent, right? You have to give the world some time to generate. I actually think the forest grounds are a bad color. Should probably change it. So we're getting random spikes in scripts. Oh yeah, okay, so camera movement, okay. We get an inherent spike from camera movement because of the grass culling. Right? But that's okay. What we want to see now is actually the spike when we move. These spikes, which yeah, got a bit faster this run, but so I mean, you know what, I want to play around. If I set grass per cell to 1, yeah? Let me see. If we still get those spikes, then I'm doing something completely wrong in the way that I upgrade the grid. I should put the forest foliage down the game looks a lot nicer somehow without all that noise. Maybe there's also too many trees, huh? Okay. So there's one grass cell, right? And we still get those massive spikes. And it's still taking 25 milliseconds. Okay, so what's that about? That's just absolutely insane. Where's the grass spawner? Is this it? So this guy here. Physics check back size. Okay. It can't even be in here. So literally if I don't add any grass at all, yield return null. So this alone, I'm guessing because I call reset. So I'm guessing no matter how much grass we add, it's obvious actually. No matter how much grass we add, the list can literally be 0. And you end up yeah, so the list can be 0 and we're gonna end up with those 20 milliseconds. Okay. There's a spike. There's a spike. Okay, so I did half it. No, I didn't. So this isn't even the issue. I can't believe it. Get world position from grid. No, that's not going to be it either. So it's really this. It's